Guys. Guys. Hello. Hi. Wait, hang on a second. Whoops. I forgot to do something. Hang on. I completely forgot to turn on my VC face. Whoops. Sorry about that, guys. Give me 1 second while I turn this shit on. Give me a minute. Sorry, I'm a little out of it today. Shouldn't take me too long to get this on. Also, I need to change something. Hang on. Go over here. Give me a second. I'll take my VTuber stuff a minute to boot up, so while that's going on, let me come over here and mess with this setting real quick. Some changes I need to make. Hang on, where's the setting I'm looking for? I remember this setting was really hard to find usually. That's not what I'm looking for. Hang on. Wait, was it in text settings? No. Wait, what? Where? I remember I was having trouble every time I tried to look for this. Here it is, background color. Okay. Set this to 75%. I said, set this to 75%, please. Thank you. Save it. Thank you. And now let me reset this. Much better. Okay, let me bring this up. Alright, that's done. I can focus on this. Alright, calibrate. Okay, I'm here. I'm here, chat. Let me show my face real quick. Please capture. Oh, come on, capture. There you are. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Today's stream is starting a lot later than I initially planned it. I actually wanted to start streaming closer to like 2-3 hours ago, but something happened. You guys could probably guess what happened if you're in my Discord. Or if you just look at my subtitle for today, yeah, one of my favorite VTubers is graduating, and that is not a good thing to read first thing today. I literally found out about it let's see. I woke up at around I woke up at breakfast, and then 2 hours after I had breakfast, 2 hours after I had breakfast, I read the news that Pikami was graduating. So yeah, not good news to kind of start the day too. So yeah. Excuse me. Is it good when people graduate from school? Yeah, graduate from school is, nice and all. It's just that this is not graduating from school in the context of VTubing. Graduation means that they're retiring. So Pikami is retiring from streaming. That's what it means when people say that a VTuber is graduating. It means that they're stopping. So it's usually sad news. Usually. In rare occasions, it can be okay news, like so people don't want to stream for longer times anymore. Well, most people when they graduate, I mean, it really depends on the reason for graduating. Like, for example, someone like Kiryu Coco, she did graduate, but the reason she graduated is because she wanted more freedom, and so immediately after she graduated, she just went on streaming in her other accounts. So with people like Kiryu Coco graduating, it's okay, it's yeah, in a way it's sad, but at the same time we know that Kiryu Coco is still streaming in her quote-unquote next life, so it's still good for Kiryu Coco. People can still be happy about Kiryu Coco, or at least they're not sad about Kiryu Coco graduating. With Pikami, I don't think Pikami has other accounts before becoming the Pikami character. I believe she immediately started VTubing as Pikami. So with Pikami graduating, that hits a lot harder. And yeah, a lot of people love Pikami. Pikami is very wholesome. She's actually a really, really wholesome VTuber. She's been doing it for really, really long actually. She started not that long after Kizuna Ai popularized VTubing. She was one of the OGs, so yeah, Pikami is graduating, so it's not good. It's not happy news. A lot of people are gonna miss her, me included. You have no understanding what VTubing terms means. The things you never heard of existing words redefined. Well, VTubing is basically HoloLive. Do you know about HoloLive? Or I'm trying to think of. Wait, you found me through VR chat streams, right? Do you know any VR chat streamers who go on to do like desktop streams and stuff like that? VTubing is basically this. what I'm doing right now. This is VTubing. It's me streaming with a virtual avatar, virtual YouTubers essentially. All alive is. Well, I'll show you Pikami. Give me a second. Let me try to find gameplay of Pikami. Let me bring this up. And open this. Okay, yeah, this is VTubing. Essentially what I'm doing, except of course Pikami is a lot better than I am. There are plenty of countless other big VTubers who are so much bigger than me. Crazy bigger. Way bigger and way better than I am, but yeah, this is Pikami. She's really cute, really wholesome. She's really fun to watch. And this is the person who's graduating in a month's time. And there's an example of VTuber literally in front of us. I understand it. Yeah, well, yeah, this well, basically what I'm doing is VTubing. This is Pikami, the person who's graduating. Who is currently a lot of people are sad about. She's really cute. Really wholesome, really cute, really funny. She's really adorable, and a lot of people are gonna miss her. She's gonna do one last final month of streaming, and then that's it. Yeah, that's the essence of what VTubers are. And yeah, poor Pikami. It's sad news that Pikami is graduating. I'm bigger than anything, so even in those other things, I'm tiny. I'm really tiny. There's so many people who are much bigger than me in everything I do. Much bigger and much better than me. Yeah, I'm not going to go into too much speculation as to why Pikami is graduating, but suffice to say that I am very not happy with a certain group of people. Let me just put it that way. Let me be as diplomatic as possible. I'm very not happy with a certain group of people. Technically, it's a group of people that I have not liked, and in fact, I've even hated for the longest time. But what they've done, I feel like it's going to be the tipping point for a lot of other people who were just sitting in the sidelines. And all I'm going to say is it's about bloody time. People are starting to say no to this particular group of people. It's unfortunate that had to happen to Pikami before people were to really start standing up and saying no to that group of people, but I hope that eventually, after the dust settles, this particular group of people loses a lot of the power that they had. That was the cause of so much grief. And yeah, like I said, I have not liked this group of people for way longer, for years in fact. But it's politics, and I'm not going to go into it too much other than just say I have not liked this group of people for years. I have my personal beef with them, and I hope that at the end of all this, they lose their power and political standing that allows them to do all of the shit they've been able to do. I'll just leave it as that. Hello, Panzer. Hello, welcome. Trying to return to comfy relaxation streams right now. There'll be time to rage at awful people. For now, I want to try to focus on constructive stuff. Don't really understand why people use an avatar if they don't want to show their face. Just not showing anything. Having an avatar adds body language. That's the best way to describe it. You can read my body language a little bit by how I move and stuff like that. It also gives you guys something nice to look at, because wouldn't like to have some nice milkies to stare at while people are having fun. Every time you hear something of VTubers on social media, there's always negative context. It's part of the reason why I technically don't really mix around too much with other VTubers outside of people I intentionally look out for and watch. Like everyone I interact with, well, every VTuber I interacted, I usually watch them for like sometimes days, weeks before I actually interact with them. And yeah, I just try to fill my social media with nothing but hentai and porn and cats and Monster Hunter and Gundam and everything that makes you happy. It's just okay. Today, just for today, my Twitter is filled with something that hits me a little bit deeply, but I hope you guys can bear with me while I work out the stress a little bit. I promise I'll go back to retweeting hentai and games and cats and stuff. In fact, I've already. What was the last thing I retweeted? Actually, yeah, I've already gone back to retweeting hentai and stuff. So yeah, yeah. So I'm trying to go back to comfy times. Hello, Chato. Hello, Game Master. Hello. Welcome to. Well, the start of the stream is just me kind of like getting something off my chest while I try to get back into Zen. Trying to get back into Zen and comfy mood and stuff. What are you talking about before you change? Oh, don't worry. I'm getting back into my comfy place. Yeah. Well, we'll get there. We'll get back into our comfy zone. I only retweet hentai. Not only hentai. Like the latest retweet was image by was cool artwork by Case Wabe, an artist I've been following the longest time. You see? Hang on, let me show you this. You see? That's not only hentai, this is cool artwork. This is my last thing I retweeted. Chat. I cannot scroll down because the literal next thing is hentai, but this shows that I don't only retweet hentai. It's I also retweet cool stuff. And hang on, let me hide this so that I can scroll past the hentai and look for okay, that's VR chat. That's tits. Okay, those are tits. That's ass. That's tits. That's a cosplay, which I mean, this is technically a not nude cosplay, but I mean, this is I retweet Destiny a lot. Destiny cosplayer. That's a guy, by the way. Yeah, he's so hot. Oh my god. I'm scared to click on his profile because some of his cosplays are a little bit even YouTube might smack me down for showing his cosplay, but let's just say that Destiny is. Oh my god. And yeah, okay, enough of my timeline. Oh god, that is Michael Keeney, that is a lap dance on Spear, that is Spearmint Titties, that is hentai, that is lolly hentai, that is okay, this is Gundam. You see, I'm retweeting Gundam. Chat, look, this is Gundam. Just Gundam. Not hentai. I can't actually play the music because the music is DMCA, but it's Gundam. Yes. My timeline is pure. His Twitter timeline is completely pure. Totally pure. You're the reason your stuff has porn mixed in with the cats, damn it. What's this? It's just pure chat. It's purely anything that makes me happy. Yes, it's that kind of purity. Yes. 69% of the time is hentai all the time.
Yes, that sounds like an accurate uh uh an accurate breakdown of how the, the breakdown of what I retweet. Yes.
70% hentai and
30% other stuff. Yes, that's fine, right? Right?
Spicy food.
Speaking of which, I need to remember to never buy that cup noodle again, because that cup noodle that I was eating
On your last stream, Choto.
if anyone enjoys VR chat streams and
Hip rolls and
a lot of EDM music, make sure to follow Choto Dragon, by the way. Choto is an amazing VR chat streamer. And very recently partnered on YouTube, so yeah.
congrats Choto for making partner on YouTube.
Now you don't need Twitch anymore.
Congrats Choto, I'm happy for you.
But yeah, on your last stream, Choto, I was eating cup noodle, and yeah, that cup noodle is like,
it's really tasty, but at the same time it's a tiny bit too spicy for me. Yeah.
every time I eat it, I'm like, oh god.
Oh god, okay, maybe why am I eating this again? That kind of thing.
And I'm like, maybe I shouldn't get this anymore.
You love Gunpla?
I actually love Gundam rather than Gunpla. I do own one Gunpla, one high grade model kit, specifically high grade Rizel from Unicorn. That's the only model kit I actually own and built. But yeah,
I'm a little bit too stingy to be collecting Gunpla model kits. I'd much rather put the money towards
actually buying just Gundam games rather than Gunpla model kits.
oh well. Spicy noodles with spicy tweets.
I do like curry noodles, but that specific cup noodle is a curry noodle that's
too spicy for me. Just a tiny bit too spicy for me.
It's like over the threshold of what I consider to be
tolerable. my mouth can't take it. It's too much for me. I'm sorry, Chad. I tried to take it like a champ, but it's just too strong. What is Twitch?
It's a certain very corrupt streaming site.
Ish. All you hear is an Asian pitching about their.
Listen, Panzer. Listen, you are actually crazy, alright?
I've seen
what you eat as far as spicy stuff goes. You I took you to a fucking nasi lemak place and you ate all of the sambal.
which is insane to me.
And you said it could be spicier. I'm like, God fucking You love the ashtray frame. The ashtrays are cool. I'm familiar with the ashtrays.
Cool.
Although the story of the ashtrays is
Weird.
it's like whenever I read about the kind of shenanigans that goes on in Ashtray, the Ashtray manga is like, does this really take place in the same universe as Seed? Because this seems more like almost seems like something out of Cowboy Bebop, but more insane kind of thing.
Yeah, they do a lot of weird shit in the ashtrays. Oh,
Come on, light breakfast is really nice. Yes, you could have fucking... If you wanted, you could have asked for more sambal, Hanser.
I,
You should have mentioned something. Definitely could have asked for more sambal. The amount of sambal that they give with the nasi lemak. Hang on, let me show you guys what I'm talking about.
Final I doesn't know what nasi lemak is.
This is nasi lemak.
Oh,
Let me find a good representative.
yeah, this is nasi lemak. Here you go.
That is nasi lemak. A fragrant rice cooked with coconut milk, typically served with some roasted nuts, anchovies, hard-boiled egg, and this is the sambal. That's basically that's sambal. That's basically really hot chili. I don't know how to describe what sambal tastes like. I don't think there is any Western equivalent for sambal. Sweet chili paste. It is a sweet chili paste, but I don't think there's anything in Western cuisine that's equivalent of exactly what sambal tastes like. It is sweet and it is a chili paste, but it's really strong, and there's other spices and like bits of, I believe there's usually bits of onion in there and other stuff in there that, yeah, it's hard to describe. And it's usually eaten with some kind of other protein, like fried chicken is a favorite. Sometimes we can have sambal sotong. We call this sambal sotong, but this is basically squid cooked in that same same sweet chili paste. Sometimes we can have it with, yeah, fried chicken is a favorite. Sometimes we can have it with some, wait, what is this? Hang on. What is that? Is that a fish? I can't tell what that is. And may or may not be fish. Sometimes we can have it with curry on the side as well if we wanted even more spiciness with it. Rendang. Rendang is a very popular side dish for nasi lemak. Rendang is a... how do I describe it? It's a very... How do I describe rendang in English terminology? Rendang is commonly cooked as a beef dish with a gravy that has a lot of spices, and it's slow cooked until the rendang sauce is reduced. So the rendang sauce is usually quite thick and it just coats the beef, and it has a lot of spices in it. Yeah, I'm not sure how else to describe it. Like, this is a rendang. Rendang is literally the Malay word for reduce. So yeah, you reduce the gravy until it becomes a very thick gravy. It's like a dry beef curry. I hesitate to compare it to a curry because it's not actually a curry. It's... Yeah, it has a lot of like spices in it, but it's not really a curry. It's I don't know if you can call it labeled as a curry. It's just its own type of food as far as I know.
Hmm.
You know, this is actually making me hungry.
But I can't get nasi lemak right now.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
You seem to tend to thick things quite a lot. What, you mean our food? Yeah, our food is quite heavy.
A lot of Malaysian cuisine, Southeast Asian cuisine can be quite heavy. In fact, nasi lemak, it's actually this stuff is actually really high in cholesterol, and so it's not recommended you eat this if you have to watch your cholesterol levels. The fried chicken is not good for cholesterol. The nuts are okay. The egg is not good for cholesterol. The sambal can be a little bit oily, and the coconut in the rice is really bad for cholesterol. So yeah, if you worry about cholesterol, don't eat this. Unfortunately, you can't eat this.
But oh well, I don't eat it that often. Only once in a while.
Although nasi lemak is kind of like it's partially a national breakfast and also a national supper. You find a lot of people like eating nasi lemak for breakfast, and then some people also like eating nasi lemak for late night supper, which is technically not part of the reason why it's not good for us, because we eat it way too much. But
oh well. One day when you're planning on blowing your wallet on equipment,
try out my duck orange pizza thingy. Yeah, I forgot to take you for the tangerine duck pizza.
Completely forgot, damn it. I should.
Next time remind me to take guests out for duck and tangerine pizza.
Need to sell you guys on duck and tangerine pizza.
I noticed the dishes that were actually filling for you. Yeah, Malay food in particular is very filling. Indian food is so in terms of, it depends on which Indian food you go to specifically. Chinese food tends to be not that filling, but there's some specific Chinese dishes that's really heavy.
Hi Kago, welcome.
Did you take a shower already? Because I saw you sitting next to Mizu and Stinky, being all stinky.
I hope you took a shower already, Kago.
Sniff your nice sweaty post-exercise musk.
Did it leave halfway to take a shower? Alright.
Good supper for you will be prata. I haven't actually had prata. One of these days I should have prata. I really like roti chana and naan. One of these days I should have prata. Shouldn't be too hard to find prata around here, since we have a lot of mama restaurants around here.
Oh Lord, don't scare everyone that comes for a visit. Listen, listen, listen.
The first thing I would do is take everyone to eat nasi lemak. That's a must. Gotta eat nasi lemak. And then after that, eat mama food. And then after that, maybe what the duck.
Yeah, that's in descending order of importance.
Nasi lemak, then mama food, then what the duck.
RT's always scarring everyone. What do you mean I'm always scarring everyone? I don't.
Oh, which reminds me, I yawn. It's time for me to drink coffee. And also reminds me, I'm actually opened a new bag of coffee today, chat.
Everyone, grab your drinks.
Time for us to break in a new bag of coffee. It's no longer Thai dark roast, it's something else. I'll look up an image for the coffee once I'm after this. Cheers. Grab your drinks, everyone. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment.
It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Grab your drinks, everyone. Going in 3, 2, 1. Aim by. Cheers, everyone. Oh, wow. Oh.
Oh, this coffee is really light. Wow. Unusually light. How? It's a medium roast coffee. How is this coffee this light? I even left it to brew for 4 minutes longer than normal.
Oh.
I usually prefer stronger coffee, so it's unfortunate this coffee is this light, but oh well.
Oh.
It's still good. It's just that, wow, it's really, really light. It does have a bit of earthy aftertaste to it. After the body, not too acidic, which is good because I don't like coffee blends that are too acidic. So yeah, this is really light, low acidity with a little bit of an earthy note and in the aftertaste.
Yeah, but listen, duck orange pizza, it's good. Trust me, it's good, Chad.
You guys don't know what you're missing. It's actually good. You still had the best coffee out of all the places you asked for it.
Really?
I can't remember what blend I made for you. Do you remember what blend it was I was using? Was it just the generic Bon Cafe? I can't remember. Something. Oh yeah, the Italian blend.
Yeah.
The Lavazza Italian brand. Something aroma. Hang on. Lavazza Crema aroma. Yes, that's the one.
Crema aroma.
That was the blend that I made for you.
I'm glad you like it.
It was actually really good coffee. That cafe aroma. I mean creme aroma. I'm intending to buy it again once I run out of the current. But let me see. Let me see if I can find the bag of the bean that I'm drinking right now.
Oh. Da, 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 da. Working class coffee? No, that's not it.
Gourmet kava, freshly roasted. It's not Giordio. It's something that was packed in Philippines.
There's the one.
Blue Notes Luxury Coffee. Colombia Supremo.
Alright, let us grab this PNG and
Turn it into our image, shall we? Is there another PNG I can grab that will be easy for me to... You know what? This is actually easier for me to work with. Yeah, this color is better for me.
so right.
As for black coffee, no sugar, no milk, they look at me like I'm a madman.
What did you?
Well, where do you ask for that?
Why did you ask for that? Where?
They looked at you like you're a madman for asking for that. Okay, let me see here. Let me bring up display capture and do some photo editing with you guys.
Need to open this with GIMP.
Look at even at your friend's house. Oh wow, they really don't do just black coffee.
I'm surprised.
Even we have just copy O here. Good, well, just black coffee with nothing on it. We call it copy O.
Alright, so
This is the coffee that I'm drinking right now. Let me... this is going to be a very slapdash photo edit, so excuse me while I... Let me do this, cut that out.
there we go. This image is going to be really small, so
You don't really need to have it look that good. Let me... this as well.
there we go. Alright,
And now we... feathers a selection by 2 pixels. Now we invert the selection. Wait, no, cancel the invert. Also, okay, we already have an alpha channel here. That's good. Clear that. Now we need to save this. No, wait, no, not save. Export.
let me Mm-mm.
Export the image to Blue Notes Columbia Supremo dot png.
Export. There we go. Hi.
That's all we need. Now we go back to
The coffee bag and
change the image to Blue Notes Columbia Supremo. There we go.
that is our coffee of the month. Coffee sponsorship is endgame.
Oh, the end game is to actually create my own coffee blends, but only the biggest content creators can actually afford to do that. If you're familiar with Dex Bonus, aka Press Hard to Continue, aka Dodger, she has a coffee company.
She started out as a YouTuber.
One of the OGs. Let me show you who I'm talking about. Dex Bonus. Oh wow, she's actually streaming right now. Okay, I'll just show you guys who I'm talking about.
You're streaming right now.
Yeah, that's Dex Bonus.
Oh, right here. She's
actually started as a YouTuber. She was from the same group as Total Biscuit, Jesse Cox, Crendor, those are the people that she was closest with. Oh, and Sam Strippin, if you know Sam Strippin, but I don't think you guys would know Sam Strippin, but you guys would definitely know Total Biscuit and might know Jesse Cox and Crendor. She's been in the business for I think over a decade now, if I'm not mistaken. She is one of the OG. Started on YouTube, eventually moved on to Twitch, and yeah, she has a coffee company.
I
need to look for a coffee. Where's a coffee? Hang on, let me try to see if I can find her coffee. She doesn't have a link to her coffee yet.
It normally does. I wonder why the link isn't there right now.
No, wait, there it is.
There it is. It just took the bot a while to
recognize.
Okay, let me show you. There we go. Yeah, this is her.
This is the true end game for me.
She created a coffee company.
This will be my true end game. If I somehow get as huge enough to create my own coffee company and actually start creating my own blends, then yeah, that's the dream. I have not seen a single person actually have coffee sponsorship. Instead, every content creator I know who loves coffee has gone on to create their own coffee company.
So yeah. Sadly, we can't. Coffee lovers can't find coffee sponsorships. Gotta create your own.
Gotta create your own coffee company, then you can sponsor yourself pretty much. Yeah, I'd have to be gigantic before I can do this.
Just hoping I get there one day, but I have no idea how long it's gonna take me to get there, if and I even get there sometime in the future.
Oh well.
Oh well.
You make I drink tea more.
That'll be the day, won't it?
That'll be the day when, if I somehow get to this point where I can actually make my own coffee company. You're closer to getting there first, in fact, Choto.
You're much bigger than I am.
You will be able to get there first, more than likely.
Last on the pass, yeah.
Total Business Crew. She started out playing a lot of visual novels, puzzle games, adventure games, things like that. And now she's also known for having cats. She has 2 cats, Sherlock Cat and Watson Kitty, who themselves are characters on her stream. But you know how it is with streamers. Whenever if any of us has pets, it's a law of streaming that your audience will love your pets more than they love you,
Pretty much.
And she eventually got married to Sam Strippin, another streamer, and she has a daughter named Clark. So yeah, she's an OG blast on the past YouTuber who got big, got married, had a kid, still streaming, has her own coffee company. She's very nice, a very sweet streamer. She's all about being wholesome and sweet.
For the most part.
Be sure Smosh has a coffee as well. Really, Smosh. I was never into Smosh. I was more into Total Biscuit and Dex Bonus and PewDiePie, Manga Minx. Cinnamon Toast Ken. I was into Game Grunts for a while, but I've kind of like gone bored of Game Grunts. I still watch PewDiePie though, and Manga Minx.
Let's see, who else?
I sometimes stop by Dex Bonus' stream. Not as often as I used to, but I do sometimes stop by. Yeah, they're actually currently streaming and playing a RPG right now, which would be a good segue for what we're doing today, because
What we're doing today, chat, is we're going to be doing preparations for...
well, what we're doing... I need to adjust some stuff. Give me a second, chat. We're actually doing...
stream preparations for our next Pathfinder stream.
Hang on a second. What am I hearing? Hang on. Where was the bird sounds coming from? Was it coming from Dodger's coffee company site?
No, it's coming from the Hololive lo-fi thing. Sorry.
They had this card game social deduction game that was at the time the most watched stream on Twitch.
Who did?
Total Biscuit and Dex Bonus or someone else? Smosh Food was the gem. Yeah, I never was into Smosh.
Never watched them. Unfortunately. So, all the Smosh references are unfortunately lost on me.
You want a vine yet?
You would, wouldn't you, Chato? Considering how much wine you consume every time you stream.
You don't want to spoil yourself so you're gonna hit a bit? Gotta wake up 8 a.m. Okay. You should have been in bed like 4 hours ago if you have to be awake at 8 a.m.
Go to bed, shoo, shoo, shoo.
Actually, more like should have been in bed 6 hours ago.
Shoo, shoo. Good night, Panzer. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
I'll be sure to prepare some lots of ways to kill a certain plant man.
Teehee.
But okay, so let me grab the things I need to do what we came here to do today.
Let me open this. Okay. I'm going to assume that my players are gone.
So, Chato, if you're interested in tabletop RPGs, D&D from the DM side, you're about to get a crash course in what DMs have to do.
Because we're going to go
directly into... Well, but we're not going to create content right from the beginning. Instead, I need to do some preparation because there's some things that I need to do in order to... There's some things I need to do in order to improve the experience for my players. So we're gonna do that first before we actually go to content generation. I need to tell the instance owner to update this, but it's fine. So what we're using is we are using a virtual tabletop in order to host the game. Ideally, of course, a lot of people would say you would play the game in person. That is the ideal, but unfortunately, you know, most people, they live in different places all over the world, things like that. So virtual tabletop and Discord or any kind of voice comms is the next best thing. Right, so first thing I need to do, I need to draw a road. I'm just gonna freehand this. This is a map that I drew. And I'm just gonna draw a road for my players. This is going to be quite... Oh god, hang on.
That's not what I wanted to do. Fuck.
Okay, maybe I should use this instead and make it shade darker. Let's try this. Yeah, this is more recognizable.
I'm just drawing a road here, so that my players know.
Really, I can't. And I have to turn it to a polygon. That's annoying.
Ah well, in that case I'll just turn it into a polygon then.
God damn it. Fucking. How do I terminate?
The fucking.
How?
What?
No. What?
Huh?
What? No.
Fucking.
How the hell do I terminate this damn thing?
Hang on. Hang on.
Okay, hang on. Oh god, you gotta be. Ah! Okay, you know what? Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. I'm just gonna freehand it. Fuck this shit. God! Stop! Yeah. Okay, this is gonna be a really messily drawn road. I don't fucking care! I don't fucking care! This is a cobblestone road anyway, it's not supposed to be exactly,
You know.
it's not gonna be exactly straight and everything.
I don't fucking care.
I don't fucking care!
I don't fucking care.
Me?
Ah! Okay, there we go.
We have a road created.
Okay, next thing I need to do.
Is I need to create a party loot chest.
Because.
I need a way to display. So let me look for. Okay, I'm gonna use this as. I need token stamp. Right. I need to create the party mule token. Border tint, have it be white. It's done, and
Alright.
gun color. Changes color a little bit.
Give it some nice contrast.
Not too much.
That should do it. Alright.
Download.
Now that I have the token. One folder. There we go.
Move my token.
Yeah.
fuck.
I need to rename it.
Just going to name it like so.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, now that I have a token, I need to create a new actor. This party mule is going to act as the sort of like literally the party mule. He's going to hold all the items or any treasure and stuff that the party picks up. Let me
find an image. Well, the image that I just saved. Where is it?
You definitely did not just see me scrolling past hentai in my tokens list.
Chat.
You saw nothing.
Nothing.
Blind? Wait, what the fuck? Am I blind? Did I not upload?
Wait, what?
Hang on, did I not upload the image? I thought I did. Did I upload the wrong image?
I'm not seeing any doubles.
This is not a double, this is always there. Oh well, you know what? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Say so only. Yes, totally say so.
Alright, so this party meal is going to be the party treasure chest essentially. I'm going to add the special item, the unique legendary honker gun
from the tall goose that the party killed last session.
There's a dead tall goose. And this, let me add change permissions. Oh no, so anyone and everyone can mess with anything that's in the party mule character sheet.
Now let me see, what other item loot did I give?
The party, I gave them some leather armor. Give them leather armor, spear ×3, and 5 silver.
Right, this will allow the party to store the treasure
on a character so that they can divvy it out easier. This is a limitation of the Forge and Foundry virtual tabletop, but oh well, this serves its purpose.
Also, for anyone who watched the game,
I buffed the honker gun because I went back and read up on the DM's guide, and they recommended that I should be giving up items of that level, so I buffed the honker gun treasure that the party earned. Okay, let me...
also, yes, if you guys were to look closely at...
Oh god damn it, I need to refresh. Sometimes the
program just freezes like this.
I have to refresh the program in order to get it to work right. Okay, while it's reloading, let me open up my books.
As I was saying, yeah, if you guys recognize what this is a tall goose.
If anyone's a fan of Gundam, you guys would totally get the fucking pun that I pulled. Ripped off of NCH Productions because I'm totally unoriginal. And yes, I attacked the party with a gang of geese led by a tall goose.
And of course, I made sure that the geese tried to pick on the plant man of the party.
Right, so now next up, we need to prepare I need to prepare an encounter specifically for Cass's character.
Dahlia.
I need to find a level 1. Either level 1 or level 2. I'm leaning more towards level... Hang on, let me see. Let me check the encounter builder. I have an encounter builder over here that I'm using to calculate rough difficulty. If she were forced to fight this character.
She's level 3.
Level... If I toss a level 2 character at her... Oh wait, no, hang on.
No, I'm calibrating this wrong.
Okay, yeah, no, this is considered a severe encounter for... Okay, so...
Back up, back up, back up, back up. It's considered moderate.
What if it's a level 0? Okay, I'll aim for something that's level 0.
Got it.
Interesting. A leaf? There's a creature called a leaf fleshy. Let me see what its stats are. I'm not going to be using the leaf fleshy stats as is. I'm just trying to see what it can do. Change shape. Small tree shaped line. Verdant burst. Also primal energy explodes from his body.
Deafening blow.
Speed spot strike. Target must attempt to. Okay, I'm not going to be using most of these abilities it has. I just need the stat line. That's the most important thing. AC 18, creature 0, HP 15. Yeah, I'm just going to take the stats line from it and just
Okay, let me import this.
have it function as the stat line. This is going to go into the animals tab. This is going to be a tiny enemy. This is going to be... I need to look up specifically... Which book are the sprites from?
I apologize for Choto.
If this seems like I'm throwing you into the deep end, I kind of did the DM study stream 2-3 weeks ago, so that was me like slowly learning how to do all this stuff and plan this all out.
Now I'm basically just doing everything I need to do.
Applying all the knowledge I already have. Let me see the leaf. Actually, no, I don't want. Actually, I want to. Wait, no, this is a sprite.
Hang on.
Sprite are from the Ancestry Guide. The Ancestry Guide is here. Okay, I have the Ancestry Guide. Let me see here.
It's fine. Makes perfect sense. Choto like.
Okay.
To TLDR.
I have a party of level 3 players.
They're all level 3.
I'm trying to create an encounter specific for one of my players, Dahlia. And I'm trying to balance it so that it doesn't overwhelm her if she tries to attack this character solo. Things like the tall goose. This is a level 4 creature with this AC. Basically, its armor class, its HP. A party of 4 was able to take this down along with all of its minion goose, but as a party working together, they have a tank. She's a AoE spellcaster. He's a sniper. This is a sniper. He's literally a plant man who has a gun. And she is a partial DPS spellcaster, partial buffer. She doesn't have that many buffs yet, but she can take them if she wants to.
So yeah, this is the party.
I'm trying to plan an encounter that this character would be able to tackle on her own.
And
the reason why I'm trying to look for this specifically is because I need to create an encounter that would... 1. This character can deal with.
And 2.
I'm going to just take this Leaf Lashy character sheet that technically is not what I'm want and repurpose the stat line here or strength, dex, con, whatever to fit what I want it to be. And in order to let me see if the companion has a sprite. Wait, it does have a sprite NPC. What is it? Creature -1. Really? Oh. I didn't realize they had a sprite creature. Am I just preparing today? Yeah, today is a preparation stream.
Okay. Like the title says,
I'm preparing for round 2, which is going to be this Saturday. So today I'm preparing encounters and stuff. I'm doing all the legwork that needs to be prepared ahead of time before the actual game day.
so you know what?
You know, I'm not going to use the Leshy. I'm going to just use the sprite because I can. It'll be less legwork for me if I just use that sprite as the
Base of the creature.
but I want it to be tougher, so I'm going to give it a buff to elite status. This buffs it up to a level 0 creature with this amount of HP, so on and so forth. Alright.
What's luminous fire?
She has like a torch. Okay, that's good. I now need to look for some abilities. As dancing light days, detect magic, and color spray. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do something specific. Let me double check. Relic weapons. My player character has page 96.
There we go.
Okay. This player character, she has a very specific mechanic called a relic weapon that I gave to her and only her. Technically, I could have given this to anyone if they wanted it, but she requested a relic weapon, so I decided to give it to her. A relic weapon is a very powerful piece of equipment that levels up and upgrades as her character story progresses. I am trying to create some story beats for her specifically because of her relic weapon, and this sprite encounter that she's going to possibly deal with on her own is what I'm preparing right now. Her relic weapon is something that's, like I mentioned, it's going to level up with her and it's going to unlock more powers. And this encounter that she's going to go through might give her some new powers. So let me see. Relic gifts. I need to see Deadly Spark. Now I'm looking for fire. The fire gifts.
Firebolt.
Okay, now Fireball, Heat Haze, Incandescent Sight. It's gonna be one of these three. Alright, so let me
see if the companion
has Flare Bolt. No, it doesn't have it here. What if I were to search the Bestiary browser? Does it have the Flare Bolt as an action? No, it doesn't. Fuck. That means I have to repurpose. He spelled it. Shit. Does it really not have? Firebolt on its own, it doesn't. Oh wait, no, what if I search actions?
Flare bolt.
No. Would it be under spells? Would be listed as spell? No.
Improves bestiality.
Campaign effects, divine intercessions, Pathfinder society boons. Would it be under equipment?
Somehow I doubt it, but let's try.
No. It has flare beacon, but that's not what I need.
Eldritch flare, no.
Feet? No, they only have soul flare.
Alright,
in that case, I'm gonna have to just adapt some existing spells. Okay, time to look up some spells, chat.
Let's look up for some spells, shall we? Spell list.
Elemental spell list. Elemental.
That's not what I'm looking for.
And you know what if I search for flare bolt?
By fire. Is fireball one word?
Okay, you know what? All I need to do is find the all spells list.
So that's what I need, right?
Cantrip, acid splash, frost touch, anything that looks like it's fire based.
As I like this.
Argent claw, hunting horn,
Light.
phase bolt. No.
Reduce flame.
How does produce flame compared to firebolt? AC attack.
1d4 plus spellcasting modifier. What about this?
This is 1d6 for E2 levels. You know what? I'll just repurpose this.
Right.
Yeah, we'll repurpose produce flame into the spell that we need.
Scaling 1d6. 1d6.
Let me see the scaling.
Every 2 levels the relic has.
And technically it doesn't need to worry about scaling.
Because it's just 1d6 fire damage.
So just base 1d6 damage. 30 feet. Spell attack roll. Cast time of 2. Evocation, fire. Remove. What? What the hell did I just remove?
Oh, what the fuck I just removed?
Oh, hang on, what the fuck did I just remove?
Yeah, fucking. I don't know why it removed.
What? Why am I removing the cantrip?
What the fuck?
No, this is a cantrip. Remove the primal aspect.
What the fuck? Eh?
You know what? Fuck this shit.
Fuck this shit.
I don't care. I don't care.
Fucking care.
Just leave that fucking tag there. Like fucking, I swear. Cantrip 1. Range 3 1 creature.
Description. Right.
Details. I need to rewrite this.
One d6 damage. Alright,
This is fine. One success.
1d6.
Plus spellcasting ability and a success. There's no crit success on this.
So and we're going to call this, oops, Flare Bolt.
Right. Next up, I need to find something that's similar to Heat Haze. Protection from cold.
And Distort appearance grant you conceal condition.
Is there any spell that does this? I might just ignore this because it's highly unlikely that this spell will be relevant, but let's see if I can find a spell that
Can function as a stand-in for this.
perform minor magical trick.
Damage creature with call.
Okay, we ignore the protection from cold aspect, just something that gives concealment.
It's anything that gives concealment. Verify counters concealment. What about
Obscuring mist.
there's a spell level 2.
Okay, well we'll adapt us obscuring mist for
Our purposes. Obscuring. Mhm. Let me see here. Oh. Ah. Fire. Heat is conjuration utility. Hmm.
I need to.
Uh, temperature heats up the air around it
And creates heat distortions.
uh, he become the sprite becomes
Concealed.
for 1 minute. There we go.
Right.
We have cast time 2.
Range. 0.
Target duration 1 minute.
Spell conjuration.
Right.
There we go.
Right. Now, good morning, Earl. Welcome. How's it going?
Welcome to Pathfinder preparation stream. Right, now we need a spell to act as a double for heat vision. Is there anything that gives heat vision?
No, that's not what I want. Heat. Frost touch.
Nearby heat. No. Intervene at heated disagreement? No.
Cheetah gambling? No. Heat exhaustion? No.
The creature? No. Heat metal? No. How about infrared? No.
Fuck.
Detect.
Detect magic. Where to?
Read aura.
Detect alignment. Detect poison.
Undetectable alignment.
Moth supper. Detect nearby bloodshed? No. Non-detection? No.
Detect creator, detect scrying.
Uh, hmm. Damn.
Might just have to adapt the detect magic spell.
Uh,
No, this is a pulse.
no, that doesn't fit my purposes.
Is detect alignment a pulse? Your eyes glow.
Right, this might be more suitable.
I will adapt this to
Function is the ability that we
need it to be.
each side can see.
Range of 30 feet.
Right.
Interesting. It's ammunition, huh? Okay, let me change this.
Emanation, there we go. Right. We remove this and let's see. Fiery orange. And become heat. Ah. For 1 minute, the sprite can see and
Detect living creatures and what objects up to 30 feet, even in the dark.
right. There we go. Save. Warm objects block
Sight, even if they're transparent, such as a bottle of warm water.
right.
And we're going to rename this to... What's this? This is a very weird name for the gift. Incandescent sight.
incandescent sight. Okay. Divination, primal. Right. Heat haze.
Abjuration.
Remove this. Alright. And flare bolt.
Remove this. And the school is evocation.
Okay. Now that the spells are prepared,
What weapon do I want the sprite to have actually?
uh, hmm. Hmm. Do I want this particular rapier to have a, this particular sprite to have a different spell?
I mean, weapon. Fuck. My brain.
Any more coffee?
More coffee, Chan.
Cream pie. I'm just stay hydrated. Cheers. Oh.
This. Now that I've drank this coffee again, there's a bit of nuttiness to the body. Nutty flavor.
It's quite nice.
Right, do I wanted to use a rapier or something else? Let me check equipment.
And the weapons? Common. Just a common weapon.
You know what?
Fist. Fist works because I'm going to be buffing the fist weapon with fire.
Let's do that. Generate an attack with fist.
There we go. Let's modify this.
D6 minus 3, really?
Oh,
this is not non-lethal. This is going to be a lethal attack because
and partial damage. Fire.
it's going to have 3 fire damage.
This is a fire sprite after all. So
Yeah, this is going to... This works. I'm not gonna have Luminous Spark be its range attack because I want the range attack to replicate this.
And this costs two action points to perform, so
we're going to get rid of this and get rid of this.
There we go. We don't need those anymore. No, it's not on the body.
It's got, well, the coffee has some nutty notes in the body and then some earthy notes in the aftertaste.
This is apparently how you're supposed to describe coffee.
Although unfortunately the coffee is, I already mentioned this earlier, but the coffee is very, very, very mild.
Oh,
Very mild, very light.
I much prefer stronger coffee, so it's unfortunate, but oh.
Acrobatics still.
That should be good enough. I think. The question is, can Cass deal with this? I hope Cass can deal with this.
I don't know how much more spells Cass has. She has 0 level 4 spells and 1 level 1 spell left. Technically, she doesn't have to fight this guy.
She could use her special charms to dissuade the sprite. So we'll see what she decides to do. But I'm having the stats prepared just in case.
Okay.
Just hit the dwarf on him?
Nah. It's more than likely that she's going to be
attacking this fire sprite on her own. This is an encounter that
I've created specifically for her.
more than likely she cast Dahlia. She's gonna be alone for this.
But she should be able to handle it, probably. I'm preparing stats just in case she decides to, try to attack it, but more than likely this is not going to be a combat encounter. I need to find a fire sprite. Fire sprite image. So let's me find
some artwork or fire sprite. Let's see.
No, that's too cute.
I need something that Cass would fuck. Yeah, this works. Wait, no.
Wait, no, this doesn't work.
Editing this PNG is gonna be really difficult. Um, hmm. This might work.
Oh god damn it, really?
What to do? I'm not a robot, Tess.
I got it.
Yeah, this'll work. This'll work. Clear workspace.
The old Neopets fairy.
Do you guys ever play Neopets? Or is that too old for most of you?
Guess the players can't watch a stream on DLP Spot.
Well.
I assume Cass isn't watching right now because Cass hasn't said the damn thing. Let me change the background.
To be more orange. Yeah, I assume the players are doing their own thing for now. White Jackal is sleeping.
Lucky hasn't said anything. Mitchell isn't here right now, as far as I know.
Ganon isn't here.
Cass hasn't said anything. Lucky, Cass, White, Ganon.
Yeah, they're not here, so should be fine. Should be fine. Probably. Maybe.
Alright. I need to get the token out from
There. I can delete this. Right.
Right, now I need to upload the Fire Sprite image. Are Neopets still around actually?
Kinda curious. Does Neopet still exist? Right. Fire Sprite has been created.
Wait, hang on, I need to configure. That's fine. Prototype token.
Need to change this to Fire Sprite. Right.
And I want to put it. Based on where I think the party is going to sleep, I have a feeling it's gonna be here.
Oh, so I'll hide the Fire Sprite here. Mm-hmm.
I need to duplicate this. And elephants, I believe, are huge animals.
So let's see.
I'm gonna have this prepared just in case the party decides to do something
Silly.
Say, okay, what else?
Right, I have Cass's flies prepare. I have
That's prepared.
I have
Right, I need to check in on the tavern. I planned an encounter at the tavern, but I have a feeling I'm gonna be changing.
the encounter. Hmm.
It all depends on whether or not they meet with. I mean, it all depends on what they do with the wheelchair girl. How this encounter is gonna proceed. Okay, you know what? I'm going to operate under the assumption that I'm likely gonna have to have this party
Fight here, so I'm going to prepare these here.
You're gonna be there. You're gonna be there.
And be there.
Wait, that's not the... What? Why did I drag that out?
What?
Eh? Why is it? Eh? Why is the wrong token being used for that?
Eh? Huh?
Excuse me? Game?
Hang on.
Really? I have to change the image path in two different places?
That's so stupid.
Oh, come on!
Fucking.
Use this. Select file. Update.
Okay. Now will it?
Thank you.
Motherfucker. Let me see. many beaver knight dwarves do I have?
How many elves do I have in this encounter?
Oh,
Let me run let me run this through the encounter. Calculator.
The party is actually quite strong, so I need to.
This is telling me that 4 of these guys, meaning these 2 plus these 2, is considered a severe encounter.
But uh, hmm. Decisions.
How many of these do I place here?
Alternatively,
You know what? The encounter might actually happen at a different time.
hmm. 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 If I turn into a night ambush,
Yeah, you know what? I could turn into a night ambush.
yeah, I'm thinking the story.
Okay, this highly depends on what the players do with the wheelchair girl, but I could turn it into a night ambush scenario, which
Uh,
would mean I need to have this here and
more beaver knights. Have at least one spear elf. I think that's good.
yeah, I think that's good.
TPK time. Don't worry, it's not gonna be TPK time.
I'm trying to avoid.
TPKing the party.
If the fight is gonna happen up here, though, I'm going to have at least one, no, 2 cats up here.
At least
These aren't going to be the final positions. I need to at least have these ready.
on the map, you know.
And yes, chat, this is a
Large size beaver.
and these are dwarven beaver knights.
They ride their beavers into battle. I swear I'm not crazy.
Dwarven beaver knights is a totally normal enemy to have.
Right? Uh-huh. Da-da.
This should be set in. There we go.
Mhm. And the bar at the end of the wall.
Oh, this is
This is second floor.
this is basically a two-story inn,
That's the first floor.
and that's the second floor. The stairway over here leads up to.
The staircase up here.
Right, so I have that encounter plan, but now I need to start thinking about map 2.
Because there's a chance that
Depending on how fast the players get through the content, they might get to map 2. So I need to start drawing out map 2.
let me see.
Create a scene, map 2.
Let's see here. Map 2, how large? How large do I want it to be?
Probably roughly the same length. Although I have a very specific story that I want for map 2. Something I need to start preparing in map 2 is the Hannies. I need to prepare the Hanny encounter.
Barbecue beaver tail? Is that actually a food? Barbecue beaver tail? I'm not sure.
Jack Sparrow links.
Aura, links aura.
What? Links all around?
What's that? That's something Jack Sparrow did?
Map 2 has been created.
Let's see here. Now, the party is going to start
At the tavern. The tavern's good. Wait, no, hang on. I need to switch this color.
Wait.
Party's gonna start at tavern, so the tavern will be
here in a large tavern.
the doorway is
There, alright. Door right here. Small window. Small window. Small window. Right, and that's let's put another building to the side here. And we have an idea. Right, this will be a small storehouse. Right in, there we go. Costas needs streaming, but he have verified account on. Aw, that's unfortunate. Probably to help him deal with somebody who might want to arrest him. Right. Now I need to draw out a pathway. No matter what, I want the adventures to terminate on a very large structure here. Well, I want the roads to wind around. I'm trying to plot out what the map is gonna look like in my head right now. If I want this to be a double size thing, like so, that means I have to make wait, no, this needs to be larger. Like so. There we go. Let's put a building here. 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 Here and oops. Here. Right. And the road is going to come across this way. This will be the main road. This will lead to a small side street, like so. Oh, back alley. Double sized thing? Well, two entrances. Entrance to the garden and an entrance to the actual house, so yeah, I need this building to extend that far. Eventually this house itself is going to be its own map, but this at least gets the entrance prepped for me.
Alright.
Building there. Building here. Building here.
Wait, no.
Don't grab that. Building here. Like so.
And then
Building here. Building here. Something that I'm going to let you in on chat.
a little secret I'm gonna let you in on. If you watched
Um,
the last stream where
the party ended up exploring this building.
and in this building, and I told them that this was a storage warehouse for seamstress business, and this was a bakery. I actually did not plan at all what these buildings were ahead of time. As soon as like the
Player,
walked in, like, what's this building? I just like you see crates.
pretty much mine was really just
You see crates, and then it was like explore the crates, what's in there. I was like, you find cloth, bundles of cloth, and then you went on exploring some more, you find silk,
so I thought myself.
and I was like exploring this, what is this? And I was like, that's a bakery. And I went on to describe how the bakery's overgrown, vines covering all the walls. There's a bag at the back that looks like it might have contained flour at some point, but it's now just an explosion of mushrooms and fungus.
I totally didn't plan that at all.
That was all like ad-libbed and impromptu.
Gotta think on your feet, chat, when you're DMing. It's really important to train up your ability to come up with things on the spot.
Helps keep things flowing. Strange Tech Energy Explorer? Well, I did explore a fair bit, though, which is why I had to come up with the whole. Okay, that's a bakery. That's a storage warehouse.
so on and so forth.
I did explore quite a fair bit, and his exploration got me to fill out the city a certain amount. So yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It worked out. I just remembered I need to plan another encounter.
For the party.
We're gonna do that as soon as I'm done drawing out this map, chat.
Right. That's the map.
Or at least that's the bare bones of the map. Now I need to draw the road.
Change the color to like so.
Time to draw the road. Road comes through here. Right.
That's the road.
Now let me just fill up some doors. Wait, hang on.
Need to. There we go. We'll have some doors. Window. Door. Door.
Side door. And this is meant to be a area that the party explores.
Hi.
I need plants here.
So. Going to be some plants in the garden.
Let us draw out a nicely manicured lawn. Okay, there we go. Right. And got some bushes, trees, let's draw some bushes.
Okay. A rough patch over here that looks like it could be a garden. To grow vegetables.
Right. Now, we need to plan out a new type of encounter.
That's going to occur here. Well, two new types of encounters.
Firstly, what would be the easiest one to plan out? Let's plan out the
Pannies. Let me see here. Pennies are going to be constructs, but let me see.
Is there a level 1 construct enemy?
Uh,
Arc Warrior. Chaotic Neutral Aberration.
hmm.
Human.
Animal.
No, I can't find a construct at level 1. What about level 2?
Hmm. There is a construct at level 2.
I could just take the construct stats and weaken it.
Hmm. Several constructs at level 2, in fact. Um, Alright, well,
We'll take one of the constructs and weaken it, and that'll serve as the basis for my...
my honey.
Okay, let's grab these two constructs and see what we can do with them.
Uh,
Mechanical Carney.
uh, hmm.
Spring-loaded face headbutt. What about this other one?
Animated armor.
So we're gonna use either one of these two as the basis for...
Our honey. Hmm. Hmm. Construct armor. Hmm.
-9. Now these stats are really weird, so... Okay, well, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the Mechanical Carney as the provider for most of the stats, and I'll just take some of the stats from the...
Animated armor.
Yeah, that's what I'll probably do.
Alright.
Let's see. I'll import the Mechanical Carney.
And I'll create a new folder.
And the Honey Kingdom.
And close this. Mechanical Carney. There we go.
Alright, this is here.
There's gonna be a honey.
And this is going to be Chaotic Evil. It's not mindless. It is a construct. It's going to be weak to...
Lower its stats.
Wow, it's giving me that.
Interesting.
2d4. Hmm. Okay.
Low light vision, hairwire.
Chance of malfunctioning. Nah, we're getting rid of this.
Low light vision.
Do I want to give them low light vision? No, instead I'm gonna give them dark vision.
Um. Actually, wait, no.
No, these are... No, they're not gonna have any special vision.
No low light, no dark vision.
They're just gonna have normal vision.
You're going to...
Temp HP, HP details. You're going to be resistant. 3, 2.
Piercing.
Can I add more resistances?
I think I can. Okay.
You'll also be resistant to... What type of damage is pottery resistant to, Chan? They're resistant to electricity. They're also resistant to heat, right?
Fire.
But the fire resistance will make it 3.
There we go. And your weaknesses are... cold.
Because they're pottery. No, wait, what is pottery weak to? Pottery as a... ceramic pottery as a material. What is ceramic weak to? I know they're weak to blunt force.
So that's being added, but anything else?
Ceramics can resist solid material. Ceramics are hard, strong in compression, weak in shearing tension, withstand chemical erosion. They're resistant to acid as well. Interesting. We'll set this as 3.
Some resistance to acid.
Not total resistance to acid, but some resistance to acid. Weak to bludgeoning.
Which is silica hardening. You're weak to
Blunt.
bludgeoning.
Very weak to bludgeoning. We'll keep this at... No, we'll make it 5. What else would they be weak to? Ice.
You're weak to flash freezing. So, frost damage.
Cold. Yeah, there we go. Cold damage. Oops. Slightly weak to cold, and you're also weak to force. Force applies
the same weakness as bludgeoning.
Alright. Actually, if they're doing it in sixes, then I'll just 3, 6. It
just says 3 and 6. There we go. Okay.
Right, now I need to take the stats from here.
4 to 10. Reflex 3.
You have very low reflex.
Will 4.
It's the same. You have slow. Speed is 20. Size is small.
Perception is low, that's right.
And its skills. Deception.
They will try to lie.
Give you a performance.
At deception. And the deception is going to be 7.
Wait, no, it's
7. What else?
Give you have low light vision.
They don't have that. Okay, a spring-loaded fist.
Change this to
a fist punch. There we go.
And then we need the range attacks.
So let's create a range attack for them.
Give a range of 30 feet.
Standard range. It's going to be I'll just leave it as range 30.
We'll give it a 1d8 plus 4. It'll be reduced down by
weakness penalty.
And it's going to be
Sonic damage.
they literally scream at you.
And his attack will be Annie Scream. There we go. I think this works.
You guys remember how I had to go through the entire process of creating a
NPC from scratch on the Miss Weaver sheet?
You guys remember that?
This shiny sheet I created.
Yeah, but I end up not using it all.
But oh,
In the end, the act of building this helped inform me of the intricacies of how these characters are generated. So even though we're not using these stats at all, and I'm just repurposing a different creature to serve as my Hani, this works out in the long run.
the fact that we spent our time to. Oops, he didn't see earlier. Yeah,
Yeah. I'll say hi. Also, I need to drink
another one.
and to say hi to the chat. Cream pie. Cheers.
Ah. Okay. Ah.
I think we're done with this enemy.
Specifically.
I'm going to upgrade the piercing resistance to 6.
I know it. Thinking about this. Anything else I want to do?
Okay. Yeah, I think that's all we're good.
That's all we need. We don't need anything else.
Also, I'm going to give them a fort. Modifier of +3.
Doesn't change anything of the character sheet.
But yeah, I'm just going to have this there. Alright. Doesn't change anything, right?
Yeah, doesn't change anything.
It's just so I have the stats here. Now I need prototype token. I need to change this to
Annie?
update. There we go. And then I'm going to
Find a Annie image.
do I already have a token created for Hannies?
I do not. So let us create a token for this creature. I don't need this anymore.
I need this.
Annie.
And this soft. If you were to look up the term Alisoft, you might find a lot of
Very, very nice, wholesome games. Yes.
Let me see here. I need to find some Annie images.
That'll be a good Annie image.
Yeah, this will be a good handy image.
Right. Let me save this. And bring it in here. Clear workspace.
Bring the handy in.
Annie Hall. That's their catchphrase. Annie Hall. Little pieces of sentient pottery.
And your vermin.
There we go.
Rename Annie.
Circle.
Going to
Copy paste these over here as well. Right.
Want it to be darker.
There we go.
Wait, no, you know what? That works. That works. I'm not gonna change it.
I'm gonna change it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't care.
I said library, choose
File.
Right. That's done. Alright, now we need to plan one more encounter. We need to create a cleric enemy, but I don't know if I need to is there anything in the game mastery guide for a cleric enemy?
Mercenaries. Bloodborne cleric beast?
Nah, not
Not like that, but
I still need some kind of cleric enemy.
so
Mage for hire. This is a mage though. The spells are all the mage spells. I need something that's primarily a
cultists.
need a frenzy. Cultic flying a frenzy within 1 minute. And frenzy, no.
False priests.
False priest doesn't have any divine spells though. I need enemies that can cast divine spells.
Necromancer.
These are wizards.
Divine. Demonologist, no.
Damn it. Is there no pre-made cleric I can use? There's a pre-made mage, but I need a pre-made cleric. Am I just gonna have to use the pre-made mage and then swap in cleric spells? That'd be annoying though.
Keeper, drunkard, scholars, librarian, teacher.
Yeah.
None of these are useful. Seafarers? No.
Maybe under devotees?
Acolytes?
Okay, these are more useful.
Yeah, this is what I'm looking for.
Okay, good.
Good.
Zealot?
Priest. Okay, very good. Very good.
Okay.
Acolyte on Nethys. I'm thinking of adapting either the Acolyte or Prophet.
And then maybe have a zealot as a level down zealot as a party leader. Actually, no. Acolytes and prophets.
Yeah, I'll have the acolytes and prophets ready.
Oh wow, there's so many more acolytes now.
Let me see. What levels are these guys?
Oh god, level 6?
No, fuck that. Storm Acolyte?
-1, really? That's a little bit too weak.
I want something that's a bit stronger.
Usage Acolyte?
Which are -1?
Yeah, no.
Crimson Acolyte?
Level 13, that's insanely high.
Pharasma?
Healer. These all heal.
Keep that in mind. Restless Acolyte of Gati.
No.
Sharalka.
This is a named acolyte.
Interesting. These heal and tangle soundbursts. I'm going to...
Well, I was thinking of whether or not I should use that instead of a prophet, but you know what? Nah. We'll do the acolyte level first.
The basic acolyte level.
And then we'll see what we do about the tougher opponent later. For now, let's check these two characters.
Hmm.
The exact same stat line, exact same.
That.
The only difference is
Hmm. The only difference is in the magic they're using.
Cry of Destruction.
Ah. Hmm.
Let me check out the gods in this in Pathfinder. This will help me figure out
Which god I want the acolytes? Which spell I want the acolytes to have?
deity list. Any champions? It's in a core rulebook page.
437. Right, 437.
I'm trying to build an enemy type that's going to be nuns, monks, Occidental monks, and their guards.
So let's see what.
What type of god I should use?
Something lawful.
Also, the city's law seeks to bring civilization to the wild places. And what's common here encourages cooperation. Anathema, banditry, piracy, steal, undermine, law-abiding court.
Done well through hard work and trade.
Keep that in mind. Chaotic neutral? No, we need something lawful. For the specific church that I want, yeah, we need something lawful. God, family, farming, hunting, trade.
God of the hunt. Protect your home, family, keep the peace. Abandon your home.
Time of need. Nah, this is a fucking tree hugger deity.
Fuck that, that's not what I'm looking for.
Eolmidai, goddess of honor, justice, and rulership, valor.
This is more like it. Yomidai walked in the plains as a mortal. Many paladins follow her faith. But for justice, honor, hold valor in your heart. Abandon your companion, you decide yourself. Refuse a challenge.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, this is very close to what I'm looking for.
keep that in mind, chat. Eolmidai, master, attain true enlightenment, god of history, knowledge, self-perfection. Evori, be humble, help others, affect themselves, hold your body, mind. No, this isn't right. This isn't what I'm looking for. Lamashtu, no. Nessus, nature of destruction and preservation, ability to witness all things shattered is mine. So this is the basis for the acolytes.
Huh. Yeah, no.
Not gonna be using that. Nor Goblin, no.
Phasma.
This is the other acolyte. Lady of Grace, precise over birth, death, and prophecy.
Throne. Let's try to understand you, like,
Yeah, no.
fuck that. That isn't what I'm looking for.
Torag, Thought of Creation Forge, Protection and Strategy, Worship by Dwarves. Oh, this is Lucky's deity.
Kitty hates tree huggers. I don't hate them. They're just, you know, hippies. Little hippies.
This paints once I got an RPG and music. Like Shane returned from shelter in dark places. Bring pain to the world, mutilate your body.
These are also okay.
No, we're going to go for Eomidai.
This is we're gonna be clerics of,
or acolytes of Eomidai. Right. We're going to use the acolyte of Nethys as the basis. Oops.
Secret dolls.
The knights is folder. This is forest enemies, and we're gonna create a new folder.
Create a folder.
Enemies. There we go. Right.
No. Close that.
Acolytes of Nethys are gonna go here.
And
we're going to use this as a basis for new acolytes. Acolytes of Eomidai. Right. Prototype token, rename this to Eomidai. The token.
right.
We're going to get rid of the staff because they're not going to use staffs.
BRB?
Instead, what is Eomidai's primary weapon? Let's see. Favorite weapon is longsword. A longsword is a... it's not a common weapon, isn't it? It's a martial. Would mere acolytes be given a longsword?
There's nothing else they could use as a stand-in though.
Yeah, let's just give him a longsword.
Common longsword. Why not?
Hang on, I need to check something. It's +1, okay.
Sword.
Bring it in.
Get rid of the staff. Eomidai. And change this to Eomidai. There we go.
Bolts. Alright. We're gonna have this generate an attack for us. Wait, did it? Wait, shit.
And where did the long cycle? I told you to bring the long side here.
There we go. Now generate an attack.
Alright, good.
Wow, it's only +4.
Huh. Oh.
Hey.
So they're trained to use the long sword even though they suck at it?
Now as for their spells, I need to change up their spell a little bit. They know harm, they know magic missile.
Alright, that's good.
I need to give them a cleric spell that involves
Fire. Let's see here.
divine spell for fire.
Let's see. If I can't find one, then I'll just give them something that they shouldn't have. Let's see.
Necromancy, Nudge of the Odds. We have Enfeeblement.
Synchronized ventriloquism. Magic weapon, harm. Harm.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to give them whatever generic spells I can find that's fire based.
One cantrip and one level 1 spell.
For cantrip, it's easy, produce flame.
Yeah. Produce flame. Prepared spells.
Ah,
I see. I have to replace one of its spells, huh?
now which one do I want to replace?
I'm gonna get more though, but nah. I suppose. And reduce pale darkness. Disorient undead. Chill touch.
Yeah, chill touch doesn't fit what? Decisions. Do I keep chill touch or do I give them light?
They would have detect.
They would not have prestidigitation.
So replace prestidigitation. So
Okay, yeah, perfect.
this works.
something else besides read aura, something that involves detecting
alignment?
what levels detect alignment again?
Uh, Sorry about my window sounds. Divine Lance.
Tech alignment, chosen alignment. That's a level 1 spell. Okay, I can fit this in.
Right.
Read aura. Okay, that's good.
Is there anything else I want besides read aura? No direction, no. Magical auras.
Know whether the item is magical. If it is, you learn in School of Magic. If the object is illusionary, you detect.
Object level.
You know what? I'm going to search something. Does read aura work on reading constructs?
Pathfinder.
2E. Read aura construct.
What? Value of read aura if you have magic detect.
Detect magic doesn't pinpoint magic. Tells you magic is around.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so does read aura work on constructs? Do golems register as magical when targeted by detect magic?
Using very similar methods.
But they're not magic items themselves, they're creatures. Instead, a type of construct. Focus on the target of perceived magical auras.
That item is magical?
Learn the School of Magic.
It doesn't say whether or not constructs are counted as items or detect aura.
But you know what? If this ever comes up, I'm just going to say yes, constructs count. Okay, that's that.
Dino Magic Missile.
But we're not going to use Magic Missile. Instead, we're going to give them a level 2 flame spell. Right. Now, what's the level 2 fire spell?
Acid. Fire.
Wait, you're not showing me.
You know,
Just gonna read this one by one. My god, there's
so many. Oh well.
Let me see. Fire spell, fire. Scorching blast. Blistering. Okay, that's... We're going to try to
Cheat this.
use every word we know for fire.
Burning hands. Kingmaker.
I don't care. Mass of fire around your object face for a minute until you can blast targets. Attack and concentrate when you do so. Attempt a range spell attack roll if you've hit. Inflict 2d8 fire damage on a critical hit. The target takes persistent 1d6 persistent fire.
Oh.
Burning hands. Deal 2d8 fire damage to creatures in area.
Scorching blast sounds really nice. Arcane Occult Primal. Arcane and Primal.
Let me check out Magic Missile real quick.
Arcane, Occult, Imperial.
Bloodline. Ah, you're getting it because of Netis. That is annoying. But you know what, chat? You know what?
You know what? You know fucking what?
Where's the deities again? Was it 403?
No concerns. Features factions.
Fuck, I forgot where the deities were.
Hang on,
437.
Okay, 437.
What are the spells of Inomidai? Confidence, Might, Truth, and Zeal. Now I need to look up domain spells.
4. True Strike, Enlarge, and Fire Shield.
Oh, okay. True Strike, huh? Yeah, okay, fine. We'll give them True Strike.
Why not? Why not? True Strike. Oh, strange, why didn't it update? Oh.
Replace that. It's so hard needing to just collect spells from Divine.
Echoing Weapon.
Forced Harm, Mending.
Purify, Sanctuary, Spirit Link.
Right, I wanted to give them Detect Alignment.
Let's give them Heal, True Strike, Detect Alignment. Is there nothing else? Unexpected, unbreakable desires. Frighten a creature, forced mercy. Heal. Lock magic stone. Magic weapon. Match the odds.
Purifying Icicle.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave Produce Flame as their Soul Fire spell thing, I think.
And in the domain spell, how do I check domain spells again? Right, I have to check each and every individual domain. Fuck!
Okay, hang on.
The domains of Yomidai are Confidence, Might, Truth, and Zeal.
Truth. Zeal. Domain spell. Weapon search. Holding weapon aloft.
First time I think it +1 status bonus. Might.
Athletic rush. 10-foot bonus speed athletics check.
Stride. Part of Casino, you can use the stride dispel bonus.
Apply.
Confidence. Veil of Confidence.
Veil of Confidence. Vital condition.
No, that's not what I'm looking for.
Truth. Word of truth.
Anytime to receive twisting words.
No. Confidence, so.
Zeal or next strike. Start your turn. +1 static bonus to attack roll. Additional die of damage. The weapon is a striking when this state increases the number.
Might.
Thought about that. Secret pass down priest subgraphical spell.
Apocryphal domain spells. Tautomon orthodoxy. Considered heretical. Fall of the use. Strange sects of worship.
Okay, huh.
So,
Apocryphal domain spell of might is
victory cry.
critically succeeds at a melee strike.
Deals additional sonic damage.
interesting.
No, you know what?
I'll just keep the athletic rush.
I'll leave these acolytes and Nomidai as athletic rush.
Remove Cry of Destruction. There we go. Detect Alarmment, True Strike, Harm, Heal, Produce
Flame. And yeah.
That should do it. I'm actually amazed that Divine spellcasters don't have a ranged cantrip.
Divine Lance. Make a ranged spell attack roll.
You know what? You know what? Rather than Produce Flame, I'm gonna change that.
We're going to give them Divine Lance, but
Instead of Chaotic Evil, Good, or Lawful, it's going to be... Oh, we really have to do it here, huh? Fiery Divine Lance. Aye.
due to unknown corruption, this spell deals fire damage.
There we go.
Spell Vocation Divine creature.
Resistant, untyped.
Fire.
Okay, that should do it.
Let me try to cast it, see if it works. Cast.
Oh, really? I have to... Okay, I guess I need to mess with it more. How the hell do I bring up the spell list?
There we go.
That is... What? Something's going on.
Okay.
And I'm going to just get rid of this.
What if I get rid of it all? What happens? Yeah, that works. Much better. Alright.
I know. Let's see. What else do I need to do?
Shield. Fiery Divine Lance.
Right. That works.
Now,
Right, we need to work on the melee.
the tougher melee character. Prophet. I receive truth if I misinterpreted normal dreams.
I could just take a Zell. These are level 4 creatures. I don't want them to be level 4. I want them to be level 2.
Let me see if I can find a lower level zealot.
Abandons are. Oh god, this is even.
Prophet. What is his stats? Flail. Manifesto, ropes. Base guidance, no direction. Real question, what happens if I do this?
Not really good. I need something that's melee focused.
Decisions.
Is Zealot really the only?
Temple guard. Is there any kind of temple guard?
Fiendish Temple, no. Temple Sword, no.
Guard?
It's a standard guy, but they're weak sauce.
Sugathi guard?
Oh god, that's level 6.
No. Promise guard? 17. That's crazy.
This is probably gonna be really high as well. Yep, 14.
No. Algoron guard?
Oh my god.
Palace guard? No. Laureate guard? Which one?
Light hammer, full plate, steel shield.
City guard captain? Espis? Espis guard?
No.
Guard captain? No.
Decisions. Do I create some kind of champion or paladin? There is no...
Champion, fallen champion. Oh, these are very powerful. Skeletal champion? No.
Zealot. You already yeah, there's no... Zealot of Asmodeus.
Let me import this first. What happens if I... weaken the Zeal of Asmodeus?
Becomes creature level 3. Decisions. Do I throw a Zealot level 3 character at the party, or should I just...
Should I just...
duplicate the Acolyte and
increase its level?
or duplicate the Prophet?
What stats do cultists have?
Cultist, creature level 1.
Fanatical Frenzy.
This works, I think.
I could use the cultist as a base.
And then just have it be a tough, tanky creature.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Check. I'm gonna use the cultist as a base, and then... yeah, upgraded creature level 2.
Yummy die. There we go. Perfect.
Right. Lawful good.
This is perfect. You're crazy. Faithful.
I'm gonna give them a long sword.
Generate an attack with a longsword, thank you. The attack needs to have
a 7 and
damage is +4. There we go.
And we'll keep the daggers.
Hmm. Hmm. Fanatical frenzy.
No, fanatic of Yomidai.
That's what I should call these guys. Fanatic.
The name fanatic fits.
What I've got planned for these.
These enemies are going to be
A little bit god crazy, let's just put it that way. Hehehe. And fanatic.
Flame Frenzy, Love when Frenzied, status bonus attack rolls, damage rolls.
Cultists can't voluntarily stop their frenzy.
Oh, it's like a barbarian.
Alright.
Alright. There we go. We have
two members of the church that we can use as encounters.
and now I need to find some good images for them.
I have a feeling I know what images to use for Acolyte of Yomidai.
Let me see. There's a very specific character that I
Gonna use Overlord, Priestess. I'm fairly certain you guys know which priestess I'm talking about. A certain slightly odd priestess.
There we go.
Found a picture. Yes,
Perfect.
she's going to be our priestess acolyte of Yomidai.
Clear workspace.
Here we go. Need that face. Perfect.
Yomidai acolyte. Now what? I need to find a image for a fanatic of Yomidai.
Let's see.
What do you think will be a good image for a fanatic chat?
Somehow a perfect character for the game. Yep.
But now I need a fanatic.
Oh, what would be?
A good image for a fanatic. think. Is there any? Is there any anime character I know of that would fit?
Any anime I've watched recently? Hmm. Someone with a crazed look.
Can't really think of anything.
Hmm.
Chan, help me figure out a good image use for the fanatic.
We already have this as the acolyte. Well, who's going to join her as the fanatic?
Are there any?
Are there any priest characters in Overlord? Any other priests or priestess characters? I'm looking for Skama.
Characters from Index? Toaru no Index? I'm not familiar with Index actually. I feel like it'd be better if I keep the reference to something I'm aware of, or at least watch.
Decisions.
Oh, crazed priestess from various churches in the anime, yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be a priestess, it can be a male character as well, the fanatic.
Priestess would work as well, though. AI generated portraits?
I don't have any account that will allow me to create AI generated portraits. The thing is, all the priests I can think of, they're actual priests, so I need to save their images for when I use an actual priest. This is a fanatic.
This is a worshipper who's gone crazy. Being guided by the acolytes of Eomidai.
So he can't look too he can't look too official. He has to look somewhat low rung.
Decisions, chat. Decisions.
The image I keep coming back to in my head is a character that works better as a priest.
Not as a fanatic. Or maybe he does.
You know what? You know what? You know what? Yeah, I think I can work with it. I think I can work with it. Okay, hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Let me see. You guys will may or may not recognize the character once I find an image of him. I forgot his name though. So okay. Okay. I need to find a good picture. Yeah, this picture is perfect. Okay, let me save this. And now come over here and clear workspace. And here's his picture. Yes, say hello to the fanatic. Is anyone old enough to recognize this character? You guys know who he is? Perfect. You recognize him, Kyla? Yomidai Fanatic. Copy paste here. There we go. I need to change the name of one of my stuff for better organization. Fire. Does anyone not recognize who this guy is? He's our inspiration. Anyone need help recognizing who he is? Alright. First things first. Let's get the priestess icon in. Alright. Upload please. Thank you. Select. And that's the priestess. And now time for the fanatic. Hi. For anyone who doesn't know or recognize him, his name is Kimura Sensei. He's a character from Azumanga Daioh, a very old slice of life anime. In fact, what? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Anonymous. I don't know who that is. Thank you so much for the $10 tip. I don't know who is that, but thank you so much, whoever you are. Thank you so much. Oh, Maka! I see you too, Maka. Sorry I haven't in VR chat as often as I should, but I've been sleeping a lot. And yeah. Sleeping a lot. Streaming, getting work done. How you doing, Maka? Thank you so much for the $10 tip. Thank you. Yeah, I've been sleeping. Yeah, I've been getting much better sleep. Much better than before. Way better. The Orano Yome meme came from him saying, "My wife." Is there an Orano Yome meme? Oh, but yeah, this is Kimura Sensei from
Azumanga Daioh.
he is
A very strange character. He is into high school girls and he's a teacher, but at the same time, he's married to a really, really beautiful wife,
and he donates to charity, and he volunteers to pick up litter. So yeah, he's a very, very strange character. The girls are weirded out by him. He keeps doing weird shit, like asking the girls for there was one scene where the girls were doing the school festival thing, and the main characters decided to do a cafe. One of them anyway decided to do a cafe, and he walked to the cafe and he asked for pool water, specifically pool water that the girls swam in as a drink. And yeah, he's a pervert, pretty much. He really, really likes high school girls, but at the same time, he's a law-abiding citizen who donates to charity, and he volunteers to pick up litter, stuff like that. He doesn't do anything illegal. He doesn't go that far, but he's a perv. Total perv. Called this scar. Really? This is armor.
Fanatic guard.
Yeah.
Intimidation, deception, occultism, society.
I'm going to change some of his skills. It's not occultism, it's religion.
Deeply religious.
Yeah, that. Stealth. This particular character is not going to be stealthy in the slightest. He's going to be athletic though.
I'll give him athletics. Athletics 6, very athletic.
God damn it, stop closing the fucking window! He doesn't lie. He's intimidating.
I think that works. He's a cultured man. Yeah, very cultured. Super cultured.
Just got back from store. I'm about to make dinner. Oh, what kind of dinner are you having? I'm actually hungry. And I didn't mention this just now, but actually I had a weird dizzy spell while I was working on this and reading stuff.
I'm not sure why. How long have I been going for? 4?
Oh my god, I've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes?
Where did the time disappear? What the fuck?
Okay, apparently I completely lost track of time. Okay, now that we have these basic enemy setup, it's time to populate the second map with some enemies.
At least initial enemies.
We're gonna have some
Annie from the Honey Kingdom.
These are swarm enemies, so they're going to be
There's gonna be a lot of them. Now, before I commit to this, let me double check how difficult I'm making this encounter.
These are level 1 enemies, so let's see. Okay, 7 is considered severe, beyond severe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm sure the party can deal with it. I'm sure it's fine. They'll be fine, I'm sure.
Yes, yes. These things only want to
Right? Damn, I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And then I'm gonna come across a couple of these.
Fighting the acolytes. Ay.
Actually, wait, hang on.
Why is this moving around?
Okay. This is gonna be dead. There's gonna be dead Annie's littered about.
Because even though these might be a little bit hostile to the party,
You're hostile to each other as well.
okay, let me double check how difficult this encounter is gonna be.
Beyond severe. Good.
Good. My players are fairly strong. Okay, these are gonna be the initial encounter
I'm gonna leave this area blank because I'm going to fill it in.
in the future. Once I get more inspiration.
But now this will function as encounters.
There we go. Perfect.
Alright.
So, I have...
This is all done. This is where the party is right now.
Literally,
They're about to take a long rest. This enemy is dead.
this tall geese... tall goose is dead.
They just killed it.
You're gonna be resting here.
I have an encounter planned for Cass. I have this encounter here. I have this warning here. I have the encounter at the tavern planned, and I have a first couple of encounters planned for this section here. This is going to be the tavern, essentially. There we go. And where the party knows this is where it start from. Okay, all the work done. Phew. This is what DMs have to go through, chat. I'll say hello, Kaiju. Did I already say hello, Kaiju? Hello, Kaiju. How's it going? Oh man, my brain is... my brain is... Wait, no, I forgot one last thing. I need to create one last thing. I need to create a Google Doc. Hang on. Google Doc. Let me see here. My folders. My drive. Folders. I need to create a new folder in my Google Doc. How the hell do I fucking create a new folder? God damn it! No, I don't want to open a file. I want to create the fucking folder. Why did they change their fucking Google Docs? This is so hard to parse now. I don't want to read some random people's new documents. I want to mess with my own fucking docs and... hide all templates. Fuck off! Can I no longer create folders? Okay, hang on a second. Maybe I need to use Google Docs on Google Chrome, since Google Chrome is Google after all. Go to my fucking docs, please. Wait, no, I already have my own Google Docs. This is fucking same account. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off! Don't have an account. This is my fucking account! Eh? Huh? Wait, I'm signed into my Chrome. Why isn't it logging me in? Where's my Google Drive? Why isn't it fucking... God damn it! Sign in? please? Thank you. Oh, this is so much easier to read.
Bloody hell. Okay, hang on. I'm willing can see.
Anything in here?
So, which means share, copy link,
I need to update the link in my tabletop RPG.
section in Discord. Okay.
Now that that's done,
Right,
now I need to open a new Google Doc.
create.
How the fuck do I create a new fucking doc?
I'm burping. Read somewhere in the folder you plan. No, fuck that.
Oh gee, I'll take over. Do you get hacked? Nah, it's just Google Chrome wasn't working properly.
But it's fine. I got it to work.
Okay, create a new Google Doc. Create in a shared folder.
Okay, create and share.
Okay,
Here we go.
we have our... Wait, I want to copy the formatting from my other...
Google Doc. Let me see here. Can I
change my formatting so that I have a...
Doesn't look like it.
Ah, fuck it, I don't care.
Um,
Right. It's fine, I'll just remake the font.
Comic Sans.
Size 14. I remember there was a version that didn't have page version.
How the hell do I change this so that it's pageless format?
Page setup, pageless, there we go.
That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Background color?
I want it to be
Nice color that's easy to read. There we go.
right.
This is going to be labeled
Bo Elf's Diary.
Dear Diary. Today we created a new tree. I'm so happy. Mittens and Boopsy. Mittens and Boopsy love your new scratching post. I tried to stop Spear Elf from fucking the new tree, but he refuses to listen.
Day,
What day shall I make this? Day 30. Bye.
there we go. Day. I'm not going to write out an entire diary of this guy. I'm just going to give.
Notable entries. 53.
No, I know this is going to be
23. Day 3. I'm so happy. Day.
Nah, not gonna reference that.
40.
Day 42. No, 42.
Dear diary.
Am I misspelling diary? Chat, am I misspelling diary?
No, I'm not.
I should know not to second guess myself.
Today, some people on horses came to visit. Mommy Nature said that anyone who loves animals should be happy to join us. Sadly, they didn't. They kinda just rolled past us when we tried to say hi. Just rolled past us when we tried to talk. Oh well. Maybe the church is expecting them. They asked about church a lot.
And yeah, so the church and
the Baroness. We couldn't give them any answers. The answers because we don't go anywhere near the church or the keep.
right.
Misspelling king.
It's fine.
Hmm.
Day
Hmm.
um day
69.
uh
Dear diary. Hmm. I swear, I don't get Spear Elf. He's fucked every tree around us. I mean, I love trees, but I don't get why he keeps wanting to fuck the trees. I don't think the trees even benefit from the fucking. He just does it. What bug? What are you talking about? I'm breathing life into my world. Hmm. Uh.
what else? What else should I write?
Hmm. Day
ED.
Dear Diary. We're close to the city wall, so we can pop out.
Every now and then. And recently, we've
Been seeing Imperial soldiers setting up at the forest edge across the plains. I wonder if they're coming to kick us out. Oh well, even if they try, they'll have to deal with mommy nature.
There we go. That's all the important entries of Boel's diary. And yes, that's literally his name. I'm not gonna be bothered to think up a name for a fucking throwaway enemy that the party destroyed.
In like half an hour. Oh, more coffee, cream pie chat, cheers. Day 87. Dear,
I'm going to add one more entry.
dear diary. The Imperial are starting to send lots of soldiers and scouts in to the city. And there are still more gathering at the fort they've built every day. Let them come. More trees for us. We just planted a new tree, and Spear Elf already fucked it.
Okay. Yeah,
That's all.
that's all. Not gonna do that anymore.
That's all. Chee. Mittens and Boopsy loved playing with their new toy while it lasted.
Josie, V. Okay, yes.
Yes. I think
Okay.
I think that's all the planning I'm going to do for today. I'm clearly setting up like plot hooks and story hooks that I could dip into and use sometime in the future if I decide to continue this campaign beyond this initial short one quest thing. We'll see what happens.
Because I can already tell you
This mommy nature I'm alluding to.
the party isn't going to encounter her. Not during this this short campaign, during the quest. She's meant to be something that's encountered later if we finish playing and continue. If we finish the quest and then continue on with the story, however it proceeds.
I'm trying to think of other encounters I can write, but
now I think I'm good. I think I'm good here. I have still this to play through.
we have this to play through, and
If the party somehow speeds through that, we have this.
to play through this initial section.
Let me put a door here. Oops.
That's not the color I wanted.
Put a door here.
Right. That works. Oh, you know what?
I'm gonna sneak another Hanny behind. besides behind here.
Okay. All done.
Hang on, what? I made these lawful neutral. Okay, that works. These are lawful evil and system is lawful evil. Shh, chat, don't tell the players that the male face knights are lawful evil.
No ratting on me. You guys got to say that.
Wait, hang on, did I changed this? No, shit, I didn't. It's true neutral. Okay, hang on, I need to change something.
What's her alignment?
Neutral, yeah, she's neutral.
This is chaotic evil. Chaotic evil. Chaotic evil.
I'm not sure if you guys recognize.
What what's going on here?
That's neutral. Alright, I need to rebalance this because the party is blazing through my encounters. I think are strong enough to handle these if they're to say 4. Severe. And these are level, right?
Yeah, you know what?
I think the party is strong enough to handle these as level 1 encounters.
Wait, does Higurashi characters?
Don't. No ratting. No ratting.
No ratting.
I'm tempted to make this. This isn't a Higurashi character, but I'm tempted to make it a Higurashi character.
Is there another Higurashi character I could use?
Actually, you know what? I should use a Higurashi character to maintain. To maintain the theme, right? Did I make one of the 4th? No, I did not make one of the 4th Higurashi character.
So, hang on. Let me find Shion. Shion needs to join the friends.
Let me find Shion.
Casual, Angel Heart, Image Gallery.
Actually, wait, it might not be Shion, it's Mion we encounter first, right? Would Mion be the one to encounter us? Daybreak.
Live action.
Korean. Daybreak?
No. Anime?
Which character should I use as the source? Xion or Mion?
Um.
(2022).
2022.
Okay, yeah, this one.
This one fits better. Yeah, this fits. Okay. Um.
Right. Let us make our new.
Let's make sure that the family is all together, chat.
We can't separate them, right? They're the bestest friends.
Yeah, make sure that the friends are all together. Yes, yes, yes,
Yes.
yes, yes. Gonna make sure the friends are all together so they can be a family. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not planning any kind of like I'm totally not planning any kind of horror story. Nope, nope.
No horror here.
Perfect.
You look amazing.
Five. Okay.
Move.
Oh shit, number 5 is already taken, so I need to change this number 6.
This is number 6.
Can I copy? Yes, now I can copy, right? Alright, so now we change
This one.
you can see I initially intended to use these two, but I was like,
Nah. Let's keep it a theme.
I might use these for later. But for now,
These are going to be the children that the party encounters.
and yep, they're all chaotic evil. Yes. Yes, okay. They all have guns. Yes, okay. Should I give one of them bombs?
Hmm.
feel like I need to rewrite this.
Hmm.
How does the play date feature work
Pretend to be as long as you don't move.
against your deception DC, right? And the deception DC is 7. Right, yeah. Sense motive check. Right. I need to rewrite this a little bit.
Right. Perfect. Perfect representation of children.
Yes.
Hi.
And yes, this DS name is Bambi.
Hi.
Perfect.
It's all done.
Let me update the base stats so that I can change it as I need, so that I don't have to worry about this being different. Right.
The child.
I need to rewrite this as well. Damn. Alright.
Am I? I'll just copy paste this.
Monsters train fire.
Range offense weapon. Or range weapon attack. So it deals less than precision damage.
Range attack was very agile. Right. Ah, fuck. Even their surprise attack references that they're prisoners.
They're not prisoners, they're children. Oh,
It's fine.
it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Just gotta update this.
Baba, Takano.
Nurse Takano? Nurse Takano. Let me look up Nurse Takano. She's from Higurashi, isn't she? I do not plan to introduce an adult looking over these children. These children are basically looking out for themselves.
They don't trust any adults. Instead, their guardian is going to be Bambi over here. I feel like this fits the theme of Higurashi more. The fact that the children do not trust adults at all.
I should add a diary entry mentioning the children.
I should add that. Okay.
Okay, yeah, we'll add a diary entry mentioning the children.
Cleaver-wielding children. Or in this case, these children wield shivs.
And guns. Unless there is a
agile finesse weapon
that they can hide. Let's see. I could give one of them a cleaver.
Or some kind of smaller weapon.
Let's see. A sickle could function as a cleaver. I do not want to give them anything martial.
Does a sickle work?
Yeah, I could just take the sickle stats and then say it's a cleaver.
Yes, let's do that.
No. Sickle. Agile finesse trip. You know what? I'm just going to change this to
slashing.
Agile finesse
trip. There we go.
She's armed with a cleaver.
No matter what, they all have guns, so
gonna add finesse to these weapons.
This always happens, chat.
You think you're done messing with your D&D campaign, and suddenly you think,
Oh shit, I have to add more stuff. I have to refine this, I have to refine that.
this encounter was here since the first day, chat.
These characters were here ever since this campaign started, but the party didn't get to them yet.
And now I'm messing with them and changing them.
Sickle. Arrow.
Sickle functions as a cleaver. Do I want to give one of them? Which one of the Higurashi girls will be more likely to have bombs, chat?
I know that Shion has the gun, so
You know what? I'll change her gun over to hand cannon.
oh shit, hang on.
BRB, chat. BRB. Yeah, go to the washroom real quick.
That's number 2.
I'll be right back, chat.
Love y'all. I'm back, Chair.
I'm back. Let me dry myself up. Yeah, help me figure this out, Chad. Which one of the kids will be most likely to have a bomb? Or a grenade or some shit. Is it also Shion? I don't want to put all of the weapons on Shion. But I'll just spread it out. I know Shion / Mion has a gun, but I don't know about the other girls. What do they do, actually?
Oh,
Reina has the cleaver. I don't know about the other two girls. I need to look them up, see what they mainly do. You think Satoko is the one? Satoko is the one with the bomb? Let me double check.
I'm gonna look up Higurashi.
I know what Shion and Reina are about, but Satoko and Rika, let me see. Uses unconventional tactics. Outfits. Oh, is that the personality? Background, relationships. What is your primary weapon? God, I'm just glancing through. I don't really know. I'm not really reading what that all says.
Blood type.
Do they have a weapon entry?
No.
No, they do not have a weapon entry. Satoko likes setting up traps, huh?
Let me look up the other girls.
Mion. Oops.
Mion. Like spot game prank preparations.
Holstered gun.
Fireball bearings.
Reina. I mean, Rika. Rika would be a spellcaster, wouldn't she? She would have.
Yeah. Yeah, Rika would be a spellcaster.
She'd have like one basic spell. Well, okay. We'll give the bomb to Satoko and Rika will have a spell.
A single spell that she can use. Let's see here.
First, I need to finish editing the entry for a hand cannon. This is not concealable. This is not fatal. It is not concussive. Instead, it is modular. Reload 1, range 30. Right.
hand cannon.
There we go. It's a hand cannon. Satoko, you get the alchem. Wait, I think alchemist fire is actually fairly strong.
I think I was supposed to activate strike.
Okay, no, yeah, we'll give Satoko the alchemist fire. She is going to have
3 alchemist fires.
lesser. Let's generate an attack for me, please.
Thank you.
Splash damage +2.
Splash persistent. Hi, Rika. She would have a spell.
A spellcasting entry. Innate.
Primal. Charisma. Great.
Let me see what the levels are. I'm going to compare it to the acolytes to get a good idea of what level this should be. DC 17, attack 9.
There we go. Okay.
Now I need to find a primal spell she can use.
Let's have a look. See.
Acid Splash?
Acid Splash.
Yes, that definitely sounds like something
The girls of Higurashi would use. Acid Splash.
easy.
There we go.
Mika, Satoko. I'm going to change their name so that I can easily reference.
Rika. Neon. Rihanna's gonna be the lead because she is the #1 girl in the show after all.
The token.
Right. There we go.
All done. Yes. Yes. I need to make sure that this... Yeah, this is way too high.
This needs to be lowered to 7.
There we go.
Better.
What's the name of the gun that I gave them? Colt pistol.
Going to add a Colt pistol into all of their inventories. Except Shion. Shion has the hand cannon. There we go. Now all the children have different weapons.
Yes.
Yes. I should swap these two over. Because Rika would be the one who's most in tune with animals.
Due to her, whatever, sixth sense.
Cream pie, everyone. Cheers.
Are we finally done?
Are we finally done?
No, we're not. I need to add.
I need to add, what else, Diary?
Okay, there we go. Well, that's a good space to put.
An entry about the children.
Here, directly in the middle.
Oops.
Oops. Let me see. How would Bow Elf talk about the children?
Those little rats attacked us again. They meet off with some food and even killed
Who did they kill?
what did they kill? One of our cats. We would have had them if that damned deer didn't keep getting in the way.
There we go.
A little hint for the players for the party about what is to come. Mm. Cut me, and one of them cut me. Oopsie, would have had done it that time. Gee, I didn't keep getting it away.
There we go. Yeah.
I think that looks yes.
Alright, anything else I have to say? Anything else? Anything fucking else? Any more adjustments I have to make?
Yes, no, maybe. I think I'm good. Maybe.
Yep. You know what?
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm done.
Everything's planned out. I'm done.
Not gonna
think too much about it anymore.
I'm done. We're all good, chat. We're good.
We're fucking good.
Let me clear. Let me end the encounter.
Empty the tent tracker, yep.
All of the goose are dead. The party's gonna be eating goose for dinner.
Freshly hunted and cooked goose. And
I'm gonna move these back here. Okay, my brain is
fried. I'm tired. This has been a good
content generation session for Pathfinder coming up this weekend.
Hope you guys look forward to seeing what happens to the party, how they deal with the stuff I'm about to throw at them.
Like, oops.
Well, let us close everything we need to close.
Forgot to add the Tarask.
Nah.
If I need to kill the party,
I have something else in mind.
if the party decides to do something stupid,
I have something else in mind. Let me bring it up and let me show you.
I totally showed it to chat earlier, but I'll show it to you for anyone who missed it.
If the party decides to fuck around,
I'm gonna throw an elephant at them. A herd of elephants. A single one of these things will be a boss creature for the characters as they are right now, and I'm going to throw a herd of them at at the
Yeah, ahead of them at the party if the party decides to fuck around. Elephant herd. Yep. So yeah, don't worry, Chad.
I know what I'm doing.
But yeah, we're done for today, Chad.
Thank you everyone for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting.
I love y'all.
Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope to see you guys next time. Alright? Thank you so much for joining me on my
Storyboarding session.
Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Rest.Cuff, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next up, thank you to Leah, Maraka, Sagito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jugger for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you so much. Assuming nothing goes wrong, I actually think I want to do a Patreon stream tomorrow. I'll let you guys know, of course, on my Discord.
If it can happen,
then yeah, tomorrow will be a Patreon stream. And last but not least, thank you so much to Maka for the $10 tip. Thank you so much, Maka.
that is a lot of money. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna make your elephant into shooting fish and paper.
If they get onto the roof, then the tall goose is gonna be appear. There's gonna be another tall goose.
Oh, don't worry, chat.
No, don't worry. And this time the tall goose will have the buffed up stats and
Honka gun. Alright. Well, take care. Yeah, you guys take care as well.
I don't know why I suddenly got dizzy earlier during the stream. I can't tell if I'm hungry or not.
The last food I ate was
15 hours ago. Maybe I'll just try to eat something light to see, just to get some food in me.
Yeah. Just eat something light. Oh, I'll be fine, Chatoy. Virtual hug? Come here. Virtual hug for you guys. Huggy hug. Yeah. Come here. Love you guys. I'll see you guys again soon, okay?
Bye-bye. I am really gonna get something to eat.
15 hours? Yep.
I'll need 2 meals a day, even if I stay awake for 24 hours.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my second meal for the day. Bye-bye.
Love you.
I can't wait to see how the party handles what I'm about to throw at them.
I'm actually having a lot of fun DMing.
That is gonna be so sweet.